Welcome to Atlanta, Georgia for Powerlifting America's 2025 National Championships, Day 4.
Every lift counts, as we will see national champions vie to represent their nation at the World Championships in Germany in June.
Remaining top athletes will have the opportunity to be sent to North American Regional Championships in July, as well as the SBD Austin in November, where they have the opportunity to break American records and fight for a prize pool of $12,000.
The 120 kilo class will feature guest lifter Rondell Hunt. Rondell coming to the competition with a monstrous 1,045 kilo total. Vying for the national title is last year's runner-up Devin Williams, holder of the world record in bench press. He will be met on the platform by rising upstarts Regan Henderson, Jaden Edwards, and Richard Andre, as well as the legendary Mike Teixeira. All of these men are capable of 900 kilos and up, but only one of these men will secure their spots on the national team.
Five-time consecutive world champion in the 84 kilo class, Amanda Lawrence returns to the national stage to reclaim her title for the first time since 2022 after competing at Sheffield for the last 3 years.
In the 120 plus kilo class, the legendary five-time world champion Ray Williams returns to the platform. At the North American Championship, we seen him attempt the world record squat held by Jesus Oliveras. What will we see from him today?
And last but not least, in the 84 plus category, we have Benika Brown, one of the most decorated names in powerlifting, looking to add another title to her name.
Don't go anywhere. The action's about to begin. And welcome to Day 4 of Powerlifting America's National Championships. In Flight 1, we have the 84 and, of course, Benika in the 84 plus. As we take a look at the 84s, Amanda Lawrence, none other than several-time world champion, just recently competed at Sheffield. But here today, I asked her, your total likely to get you a spot on Team USA? And she said, this is where I hold and value a national title in the national championship itself. I think top athletes should be here. Hats off to her for arriving. Asked her what kind of condition she'd be in. Probably not 100%, but enough to put on a show.
Yeah, hasn't competed at a national since 2022, so it'll be interesting to see.
Aliza Tesler, 152.5, makes easy work of that.
Aliza competed last year at nationals, placed second, competed at bench worlds last year as well, and most recently competed at bench nationals.
Kenya Calderon, 152.5 for her opening squat.
Very comfortable looking opener there for Kenya. And 2 to 1, good lift, just receiving a depth call from that left side referee.
Allison Mormon, 170 for her opening squat. 84 kilo class. Will bounce around between the 84s and 84 pluses in this first flight.
Allison opening just 5 kilos below her best. Pretty new to the sport, it's only been competing since 2023, and actually only competed most recently in March, so really not so long ago.
Well, some people like to compete often. Makes easy work at 170, and Allison on the board.
Good lift, 3 white lights.
The Shell Kerr, we're into the 84 plus. She weighed in at 95.43 kilos. 170 kilos for her opening squat. Got a Team USA singlet. Do we have a little background on her, Amelia?
This is her place. She placed third at Nationals in 2023, first at Bench Nat 2024, and the singlet would be from Bench Worlds last year in Texas. So expecting a big bench from her. Comfortable looking opener,
Yeah.
Teshel.
And that's really what you want squat to look like. No major efforts needed. Michelle Robbins in the 84 kilo class, 185 kilos for her opening squat.
Yeah, Michelle opening just 2.5 kilos below her personal best, which obviously means a lot has been going right for her, or we would hope that be the case. She was the national champ in 2023, an APF champ in 2023, but competed last year in the nationals in the 76 kilo class.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say she competed at Bench Nats and she won best lifter there.
We'll have to keep an eye on her bench press. Yeah, coming in today, only 80.41 on the scales. That's a small 84, just moving up from the 76s. Makes easy work of 185 kilos.
And in good lifting, considering that so close to her max, excited to see what she continues to put on. And as I mentioned, a big bencher. Actually has a bigger bench PR than Amanda Lawrence.
Wow. And that's bragging rights. Here's Tiffany Savage, last year's 84 kilo national champion. If Amanda Lawrence wasn't here, she'd be a favorite to repeat. Talk to big body in the back. They said one of the goals they'd like to check off, 600 kilo total.
Yeah, not only national champion from last year, but then went on to win NAPFs last year with a 572.5 total.
Easy opening squat, 187.5. 3 white lights. $187.5 will stay on the bar for Julia Pandolfi, and we will stay in the 84 kilo class.
Julia, a definite contender for podium with a PR total of 485. Definitely worth keeping your eye on. Extremely comfortable opener there for Julia, and a good lift, 3 white lights.
Stephanie Feathers, 84 kilo class. Stephanie opening up with 192.5 kilos.
Yeah, Stephanie is one of our 200 plus kilo squatters in this flight.
Some big squats going to take place. Powerlifting America National Championships. And 424 is easy work for Stephanie.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Nicolette Ziegler with 195. We're in the 84 pluses, but just barely. She weighed in at 84.01.
Very interesting. I don't know if she's looking to cut down, but her PR total was 590. And imagine that at an 84.
Yeah, it's definitely respectable.
Has got a PR squat of 225. So let's see how this 195 moves.
Easy.
Yeah, very, very comfortable.
Yeah, it's interesting that she was so close to 84 and a 590 total. If she gets into the 600s as an 84, that's instantly competitive. Layla Soto, 210 kilos.
Yeah, so Layla's actually the reigning junior world champion in the 84s, so really looking forward to seeing what she can do here today and any progress she's been able to make. She is a 227 kilo squat, which I believe is the world record in the 84 juniors, or was.
Layla, 2-1 is good. And here we are, Amelia. Amanda Lawrence, multiple-time world champion, multiple-time best lifter at the World Championships, multiple-time Sheffield participant. Her resume stacks up with anybody else in the game. 222.5 kilos for her opening squat. Took an injury in prep for this event, abductor injury. Could have pulled out. Said she wanted to be here.
Just to correct myself there, actually the junior world squat record still belongs to Amanda. And here she is now.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one to beat.
Yeah. Like you said, we can still see some huge numbers from Amanda today. Not going to be pushing that top end, I wouldn't imagine. She doesn't need to, but still so impressive, even when she's capping herself.
It's appreciative when somebody Amanda's caliber, who definitely won't need a total here to stay on Team USA, shows up in respect for the event and respect for the crowd and people who are here. 3 white lights.
Yeah, like you said, it shows a lot of respect for her competitors still showing up.
240, Bonica Brown. 84 plus division. Bonica, legend in the game herself.
Yeah.
Also multiple-time world champion in and out of equipment, world games,
Yes.
veteran of the game.
7-time world champion, 1-time world games champion.
That's her resume. And this is a red hot division, the 84 plus.
This will, of course, punch her ticket to Germany. Been a couple of years since we've seen Bonica on that international platform, so excited to see what she puts up today. Hoping 40 kilos below her PR squat.
She should have a sizable advantage here in the 84 pluses. She doesn't have to go all out. Doesn't mean she won't.
No, absolutely.
Gives a thank you for the adjustment on the rack, and 165 for Elisa Tesler. Elisa backstage was saying she's a little she's a little bit nervous. Doesn't look it here.
No, I think, you know, she's got that first squat out of the way, and Elisa, again, another definite contender for that podium. Also, same as Julio, the 485 PR total. Seems a lot more comfortable this time round. Elisa also the lightest in the 84s, weighing in at 78.8 kilos. So just a smidge above the 76, really.
Yeah, you got to think that's a water cut away. .165 moves well.
And there's a good lift, yeah. Sorry, just correct myself. Yeah, Tiffany and Layla looking at the real contenders there for podium, with Stephanie just off of that.
165 or Kenya Calderon in the 84 kilo class. 7.5 kilo jump for her.
363. Set it up.
And a comfortable looking second, and a comfortable 2.5 kilo PR. 3 white lights.
We're moving quickly here. Spotters and loaders. doing a good job like a pit crew, and 177.5 for Allison Warman. Staying in the 84 kilo class.
Yeah, opting for a 7.5 kilo jump here. As I mentioned, her opener getting close to her PR, now over it. Seeing that a lot from these ladies, really pushing themselves in this prime time.
That looks good. Quite a bit more work than the opener, but you'd expect that on your second, and she gets 3 white lights.
Yeah, and then considering she smiles at the top, I think perhaps not quite as worried with how it moved. She'll know herself better than anybody else.
Michelle Kerr, 180 kilos, sizable 10 kilo jump from her opener as we move into the 84 pluses.
Still relatively comfortable for Tashelle.
3 white lights. Handles the 10 kilo jump quite well. And Michelle Robbins, 195 for her second attempt. Also a 10 kilo jump for the veteran of the game. Multiple national championships, made national teams.
Yeah, already Michelle surpassing her personal best on squat here. We know she has a huge bench on her, and if she's progressed in deadlift as well, definitely could push to put pressure on Layla and Tiffany should they make any mistakes for those podium positions.
Modest Michelle opting not to wear Team USA singlet.
Very controlled squat all the way throughout.
3 white lights. Leaving a little bit labored there. Okay, smiles. Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure the expression on her face as she was re-racking the bar. Sometimes just tightness, tension, you're fine once you walk it off.
Yeah, especially with those more controlled squats, they can feel like they take a little bit more out of you at times.
Julia Pandolfi, 197.5.
Getting close to her max, so 200 kilos. Wow, and it's still extremely comfortable for Julia. 3 white lights, a good lift. Pacing for a big final squat.
Tiffany Savage, 200 kilos for her second attempt.
12.5 kilo jump for Tiffany. I think this is the largest jump we've seen in this flight, and I think the largest jump we will see in this flight, actually.
And when the weights get heavy and Tiffany starts hitting them, wait till you see the exchanges between her and her coach. They fire each other up and put on some fireworks. 200 kilos even. Depth.
A little turbulence the way up, but still moving at a considerable speed there, and with matching her personal best on the second with 200 kilos on for a very good day. Should they make a smart decision for that third?
Yeah, I would say 5 kilos is there on the day. What do you think?
I would agree with the style that she squats in. It's quite quick on the descent. I think a 5 kilo jump feels sensible. 7.5, I think at a push, but 5, I would agree with Ryan.
Matching the national champion now, Stephanie Feathers, 200 kilos even. And might we see a bit of a battle? Obviously, Amanda Lawrence ahead of the pack, but there's some podium spots to be dealt with. Stephanie would like to throw her hat in the ring.
Stephanie Feathers is 2 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a spread right now, but we've seen people creep up throughout the week. Tiffany, Layla, Stephanie, and even perhaps Michelle all could climb up there.
Tiffany put in 207.5, so they're pushing their chips to the middle. They know they might have a fight for that medal. Nicolette, 205 for her second attempt in the 84 plus. Three white lights and she's on the board. Layla Soto up next, 217.5, a 7.5 kilo jump for her.
That's 9.5 kilos off her personal best.
As we stay taking a look at the forecast there, you see what I'm saying? Underneath Amanda Lawrence, those three ladies only 2.5 kilos apart, and there's only 2 spots on that podium. We're gonna have a scrap for some medals here, Amelia.
Yeah, and I definitely wouldn't count Layla out of that fight just because she's a little bit under as it stands. Definitely a very strong contender for that podium position, reigning junior world champion.
Good second attempt, judges agree. Amanda Lawrence up next, 235 kilos. Taking a 12.5 kilo jump. Crowd cheers as the reigning world champion takes to the platform. When you hear that name come out of those speakers, the crowd's gonna respond.
Even if she's not pushing out her top numbers, she's taking it as seriously as she would be if she was.
Yeah, I mean, even for Amanda Lawrence, 235, this is work.
Not too much work though.
Well, it was still work though, and I'm paying attention to how she leaves the platform. Keep in mind, she did have an abductor injury, and that is definitely going to hamper that squat.
Yeah.
And Worlds is relatively close, so she doesn't want to re-aggravate. I'm interested in seeing what they do next. I'm thinking maybe 5 kilos.
Yeah, like we said, she doesn't need to have near her best day to walk out on top.
She's here to give people a show, and we appreciate that. But at the same token, you got to make it the Worlds in the best shape possible. Bonica Brown, 252.5.
I think an athlete taking a similar approach here, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. You know, the opener was easy, and we know that she's squat 280 before.
Let's go, Bonica. You can do it.
Yeah, and as expected, it's still super comfortable for her.
Yeah, that was very easy for Bonica.
Yeah, I don't think she's looking to hit anywhere near her top end today. And like we said, her PR total is 90 kilos ahead of the next lifter in her flights.
Kenya Calderon, 170.
Looking for a 7.5 kilo PR here on her squat.
Look like an appropriate third to you, Amelia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a couple more kilos maybe could have been there, but you don't necessarily need to absolutely tank yourself out on that third attempt.
Eliza Tessler, 172.5. Now this matches her previous personal best, but we also noted body weight not much heavier than the weight class below. That'll affect the lifts. This might be a body weight PR. She's almost in another weight class. Oh, she's still strong though.
Yeah.
You know what? Might have had 2.5 more kilos for PR, actually, 2020 hindsight.
I was going to say, again, a really nice third attempt. The couple of extra kilos could have been there, but as I said before, still 6 lifts left to go of the day, and well worth conserving some energy if you're not in a fight.
I love the W. Warman throwing up some hand signals for the friends and family back home. 182.5.
Must be a 7.5 kilo PR for Alison. Like I said before, competed pretty recently, just a few weeks ago really, in March. So quick turnaround.
Ooh, lost position there. I seen the knees come in and then the top buckled over. Nice catch by the spotters and loaders. Michelle Kerr, 84 plus, will attempt 187 kilos for her third and final squat of the day. We're day 4, but those spotters and loaders, Amelia, are working rather quickly. This is a quick turnaround.
Yeah, and with the kind of weights we're going to see today, they are going to have to. This will be a 2.5 kilo PR for Tachel.
Three white lights, the lift is good.
3 white lights, that is a good lift and a new PR.
And Michelle Robbins looking to enter into the 200 kilos today, 202.5.
Yeah, this would be a 15 kilo PR on top of what it was coming in today. And like I said, definitely someone to keep an eye on for that podium if that's how she's starting off the session. This is another 7.5 kilo jump, so feeling confident after that 195.
Her projected total is already over her PR total coming into this.
Wow.
And that was right on the money with the attempt selection. She might be a sneaky contender here. Holy smokes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As you said, her total on prognosis already higher than her PR total. Her opening deadlift just 10 kilos below her PR deadlift.
I mean, she could really surprise people here. Julia Pandolfi, 205 in the 84s. We might have some shakeups.
Julia looking for a 5 kilo PR here on her final attempt. Wow, and still very comfortable. I can't imagine too much wrong with that, but we'll wait for the lights anyhow.
Waiting for the lights. I don't suspect she's got to worry too much, and I agree with you. I think she's got a lot left for the bench press and deadlift, as her coach says, don't worry about it. let's leave. No need to let them deliberate any longer. And that's Tiffany Cerdes, 3 white lights.
Tiffany Cerdes is the next lifter. Car is loaded with 457.
And that's Tiffany Savage.
Yeah, looking for a 7.5 kilo PR here. A big contender for that silver. Looking for a big PR total. Currently at 572.5. Reigning national champion.
Oh, that's a strong squat in the middle. Very quick on the descent. Fast out the hole and ready to fight halfway through.
We stay at 457.
She needed those kilos. Unexpected battles here in the 84s. Tiffany, coming into this new Amanda Lawrence, was big trouble, gonna let Amanda do her thing. Thought us a big favorite for a silver, but as the day is progressing, these ladies are leveling up. 207.5 for Stephanie Feathers.
Oh, it's a great fight from Stephanie.
Answers right back, Amelia.
Absolutely, and with almost all the lifters in this flight snatching PRs, they are really pushing themselves to these big totals. And 2 to 1, it is a good lift.
Nicolette Ziegler, 210.
So a little below her PR, so maybe she is cutting down slowly to the 84s.
She was literally 0.01 away. If she missed, she just missed, but actually that wouldn't have been the case. .210, moves well. Yeah, she would be another contender in the 84s.
Our next weight, 490 kilos for
Leila Soto in the 84s, 222.5.
Bar is loaded.
Big contender here. Taking a 5 kilo jump below her PR, but it's a tight race for podium, so she's not going to want to risk losing out any kilos here.
I feel like almost every 84 that hits the platform, we're saying they're a contender, but we're not lying. It is literally that close to get onto the platform today.
Look at that drive. She practiced now.
That is a good lift, 3 white lights, collects those extra kilos, and as Ryan said, it is close and that will matter.
Amanda Lawrence, 242.5, 7.5 kilo jump, and this is a pretty big jump, but she's also a lot more ratcheted up the intensity for this one, taking it a lot more seriously.
Yeah, and just because she has got 256 before doesn't mean that's there every single day. 242.5 is still a huge squat.
I'll be honest with you, this is closer to her top end than I thought she might go today.
And Amanda isn't really the athlete to pull punches if she has the opportunity to go as much as she can, push herself.
Whoa, yeah, look at you come in here saying, look, we're just gonna take it easy. We got Worlds coming around, coming off an injury. I just want to show up, and you smell the chalk in the back, the crowd's out there chanting your name, and all of a sudden, you're loading up 242.5.
Who wants to see Amanda stick a 5?
It's very easy to plan for an easy day and not to tell your coach to load it up. You can feel the intensity on the platform.
Locks in tight. Whoa, and Amanda's so strong.
Yeah, it's work, but it's a good lift, and I think she'll be happy coming off of an injury, being able to still post 242.5.
You know what, for a day that she's obviously not on top condition, 242.5 is fantastic.
Nika there having a lot of fun before returning there to the platform.
265 for Bonica.
An equal 12.5 kilo jump, still well within her capabilities. It should still be fairly comfortable for her, particularly based off how the 252.5 moved. And of course our final squat of the ladies before heading straight through to the men.
Makes easy work of that.
Yeah, as expected, a lovely, easy third for Bonica and a good lift.
Bonica not likely to have to take herself out of cruise control. But Nicolette, on the prognosis, still 20 kilos away. That's not yards. It's within stabbing distance. Amanda Lawrence, of course, though, enjoying quite the lead here as Michelle Robbins, Asha, Tiffany, Layla, all very close. The 2 through 5, with only 2 podium spots beneath Amanda.
Asha, of course, competed earlier, so that total will stay the same.
Okay, thank you. Timothy Wang, 287.5 as we move into the 120s. We got Big Devin Williams, Reagan Henderson, legend like Michael Tashur, and guest lifter Rondell Hunt, owner of the greatest 120 kilo total we've ever seen. Tim makes easy work of 287.
Yeah, Timothy's first year in the Open, I believe, competed at Junior Nationals last year, came 4th.
Benjamin Jovanko with 290. And this is the 120 class. We also have the 120 pluses and none other than 5-time world champion Ray Williams.
It's hard not to be excited to see that.
Might we see a 1,000-pound squat? Yes, we might.
And that is a good lift. Yeah, and Ryan, I was in the warm-up room earlier, seeing everyone warm up, and Ray was down at the bottom of the squat position, stretching side to side. Usually lifters would do that with the bar on the back. He had 150 on the bar.
150 kilos.
Yeah, just stretching in the bottom of the hole like it was nothing.
Yeah, the expression built different gets tossed around, but he is definitely a special human. And so is Devin Williams, 297.5. Big Dev has represented USA internationally, broken world record in the bench press discipline. Here today to earn his spot in Team USA for Germany, 3 lift worlds.
Yeah, of course, placed second last year at Nationals, but then first at NAPFs, and as you mentioned just there, benched that world record of 261. Big contender today.
Depth for sure. A lot of room left.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Big Dev, a monster man, but if you stop him in the hall, he's as nice a guy as you're gonna meet.
Absolutely, and you know, definitely the favorite to win, but has to stay on the ball, because if he misses a couple lifts, Reagan Henderson definitely has an opportunity to jump up there.
300 kilos for Reagan, and you're 100% right. If you do your scouting reports, Reagan's prep has gone very well leading into these national championships. And if Devin is not on top form, it might be Reagan representing USA at the World Championships.
Very comfortable opener for Reagan. Really good lift, 3 white lights. Yeah, and actually Devin and Reagan very similar in the squat and the deadlift. Of course, the separation comes quite significantly for Devin in the bench press.
Yeah, Devin has almost no peers in the bench press. Very few men are going to be able to keep pace.
Yeah.
Matthew Cronin, 302.
41 kilos separates their benches and 40 kilos separates their totals. So you can see where that differentiation comes from.
While Devin's prep hasn't been everything he wanted, he did post up a couple big bench presses. Expecting to see that today.
Matt also with a huge bench press. And definitely would have the biggest in the flight if it wasn't for the actual world record holder being in the same flight as him.
Big squat there for him. And Tyler Wallace, 305 for his opening squat. Oof. Matt Gary, Mike DeSher, Rondell Hunt, what a scene as you peek back into the warm-up room. Greatness all in a row. Smile on his face as he unracks. That's a good sign. It's fast.
Yeah, definitely very quick. We'll wait for the lights there.
Yep. 2 to 1, it's good. I think we were both kind of hesitating. It's right on the line.
Yeah, we can see here again in the replay, and I think this is the side he gets that red from. So we'll see what the depth looks like from this angle.
Yeah, it looked high from that angle. The legendary Mike DeSher. Been competing in the game longer than most of his spotters have been alive.
Yeah, has competed internationally multiple times. Took a bit of a break between 2016 and 2022, but back now. Looking forward to seeing what he can put up today.
He's a veteran in the game, but his prep, again, very good going into this championship.
Very nice clean squat that Mike has.
The lift is good.
2 to 1, a good lift. Just a depth from the center referee, but as the lifters get larger, it's a little more difficult to tell from that angle specifically.
And Rondell Hunt, the strongest 120 kilo lifter that ever lived, takes to the platform. It's been far too long since we've seen this young man on the platform. 320 kilos for his opener.
Yeah, hasn't competed since September 2023, where he put up that historic 1,045 kilo total at 120.
Rondell, late notice addition, not likely to get 1,045 kilos here today, but I would love to see 1,000 kilos out of him.
You might see that, Ryan.
Easy work. And I will never forget the first time I seen Rondell Hunt. He was a 105 junior. World Championships were in Canada that year, and he out-totaled everybody in the Open, and the Open was a highly anticipated showdown of the 105s. Put everybody on notice. Jaden Edwards goes by the nickname Juice, 320.
Yeah, reigning junior national champion and placed second at Junior Worlds. He's been doing some big things in training heading into this.
And he's a small 120, weighing in at 113.9.
Yeah, so could definitely eat into this. I'm excited to see what he puts up. A definite contender for podium.
A David versus Goliath. Makes easy work of 320 though.
Look at that technique.
And he's a contender.
Yeah, he absolutely is. You know, like we said, could rival Reagan. And we already spoke about if Devon misses a couple, that Reagan could bump up there. So a lot of big lifters up there. Of course, not forgetting Mike and Richard Andre.
We're going to move into the 120 pluses. Robert Lazarin, 340 kilos.
Bar is loaded for Robert.
Just changing the rack height there for Robert.
We have 3 120 pluses.
25 seconds left on the clock for Robert to get that start command.
Wow.
Very deep and very comfortable.
The lift is good.
Good lift, 3 white lights.
We have big men shifting big weights, and they're making it look easy.
104 pounds for Robert Parisi.
Robert Parisi, 365. We're into the 800s. And this is Robert's opening squat.
Yeah, opening above his PR of 362.5. Already has a PR total 922.5, so excited if he's opening above his squat PR, makes big jumps, where he might end up. We know that the 120 pluses do make those larger jumps, Ryan.
He looks ready.
If this moves well, I dare to think how much above that PR squat he's going to end up on today.
I dare to think as well.
Wow.
Easy work with 365, and crazy that that is a PR for him. Prep must have been very good.
I think I misread that. I think it was a little bit under his PR. I was looking at two Roberts in the flight.
Still very close to his PR though,
Yeah.
for him to be taking that for an opener. And 422.5 for the legendary Ray Williams.
You spoke about potentially seeing a pretty incredible squat from Ray today.
Ray put our sport onto ESPN and made it mainstream news when he's the first man ever to squat 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, we saw him go for Jesus' squat world record at NAPF of 478. Just missed it there, so looking forward to seeing what kind of statement he's going to try and make today.
Bar is loaded.
Ray Williams, at one point in time, had the whole powerlifting community on his back. He brought so much attention to our sport when we needed it. And here we are in 2025. It's a privilege to have him at the Powerlifting America Nationals. Look at the force this man can generate.
And that is just absolutely incredible.
422.5. Easy work for Ray Williams.
And the camera does no justice for the width of Ray, or the energy he carries.
Yeah, it's humbling. Timothy Wang, 302.5 as we move back to the 120s and start at the top of the order, second round of squatting.
Last competed at the NAPFs in 2024. We placed first in the junior 120 pluses.
Bar is loaded. We're ready for round 2.
15-kilo jump for Timothy, and we're 17.5 kilos away from his personal best. What do you think, Amelia? Is he going to go all in on his last?
I don't think he'll go to or past his PR, maybe just before or just to it, based on the jump he made from his first to his second, but he's looking very, very strong.
Matthew Cronin, 312.5.
Bar is loaded.
Depth is there, it's work, but he locks it out. I think there is some more kilos in the tank for him.
Yeah, good lift. Still a fair way under his PR of 340.
Devin Williams, 312.5.
Devin with a personal best squat of 340. Again, still a little way under that, and can't imagine we'll get too close to that with the jump we've seen from first to second, Ryan. Perhaps the opener being a little more difficult than anticipated.
Coming into this, Devin had things that had disrupted his training.
His work, but it manages to keep the bar moving.
3 white lights. But yeah, looked a little closer to the top end. He's definitely not in tip-top shape. I'm suspecting maybe another 7.5 kilos on his squat. The bench press should be, I was about to say there, I don't know if it's going to be top-end PR, but it's definitely going to add some kilos to his total. It's going to be scrappy. He's definitely vulnerable on the day if Reagan and Juice have a big one on their end. 3:15 for Jovenko.
Yeah, like we said, a big portion of his lead is made up by bench, so just ensuring he goes 3 for 3 in squat will do a lot for him. 25-kilo jump here for Jovenko. Did not slow him down, though.
That was a 55-pound jump to the second.
3 white lights. And Reagan Henderson, 320 kilos.
Yeah, already 10 kilos under his PR here. Perhaps looking to have a PR day, and he would definitely need it if he is trying to put that pressure on Devin, as I'm sure he is.
Coming in, his platform best is 920, but I've seen him in prep do 940. If he could build upon that, he's got an opportunity.
And that's a little bit more dangerous for Devin.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit more work as expected.
Yeah, so handles 320, 330 is his personal best. Does he go up 10 kilos to match the personal best, or does he try to exceed that, do you think?
I think 330 would do a lot for him today, more than the risk of going more than that. I think at the very most 12 and a half.
I think probably matching the squat PR and seeing, because obviously he's got to bridge that gap, but also stay relatively conservative and see how much more Devin can put out.
Of course, having the advantage of seeing what Devin has put in for that third squat already.
Mm-hmm. Tyler Wallace, which an advantage he normally wouldn't have, by the way. Tyler Wallace, 320.
It moved well. I just want to wait for the lights there from the referees.
Agreed, yeah. I got the same sense. If I'm honest, I'm going to have to agree with the referees.
Yeah, just gets called in depth. We'll see this again in the replay, and I was hesitant, as was Ryan, and yeah,
And that's the angle I think that might have gave him a white light. Moved well. He's going to have to take it a stitch lower. Michael Teixeira, 325 for his second attempt.
Mike opened at 688, went the jump to 716.
Mike T looking to grab another 12.5 kilos.
Yeah, and Mike being one of the bigger pullers in the class as well.
Slow and steady. Squad has been loyal in prep for this competition.
That is a good lift, 3 white lights. Again, if Mike is able to go 6 for 6, he's in a really threatening position with a PR deadlift of 377.5.
Jaden Edwards, 345. 25 kilo jump and squat.
Yeah, and leaving him 7.5 kilos off of his best. Like we said, he's light, he has the body weight advantage, and it also means that he was able to eat into the competition, probably eat this morning during the day without any issue. Still moving pretty smooth for Jaden.
Yeah, considering that's a 25 kilo jump, that's impressive. It's going to be tough to get onto this podium. A lot of these men very closely contested. Rondell Hunt, 350 kilos for Rondell.
Yeah, a huge second attempt, a 30 kilo jump. Rondell, we've seen squat 385 before. You know he has a huge squat on him. That 320 moved like he had nothing on his back, not even just the bar.
30 kilo jump will be a good indication of where he's at. He has an absolutely monstrous deadlift. In prep, we've seen him pull 425 kilos. Endless strength. Yeah, look, he's on point. I know he came in not at his best. I don't know. What do you think, Amelia?
I mean, if that's not him at his best, you know, it's a scary thought. It's a glimpse into the future for when he does get on that international platform, and I'm sure 120s across the world are watching.
No, he's literally the strongest 120 that's ever lived. Absolutely no question about that. And that's by the numbers. That's not opinion. I'd be comfortable with another 20, 25 kilos on that bar.
Absolutely. I would say that is more than justifiable.
Robert Lazarin, 360 kilos.
Now, it's this Robert that has the PR squat at 362.5, so getting close to that now, the 20 kilo jump.
Yeah, we're getting real close, and this is the second attempt. Wow.
Yeah, so very, very comfortable.
Definitely not 2.5 kilos away from his top end today. Robert assuring the supporters at home. Plenty more. Robert Parisi, 395. Are you telling me he doesn't look determined, Amelia?
Yeah, there is absolutely nothing but him and the bar in that room right now. 395 would match his PR, a 30 kilo jump. 365 is very, very comfortable. And I would not want to be in the way of him in that bar.
I was going to say, I would give him my money before he even had to ask. 395, matching his personal best.
Fans with us tonight. You can make some noise for your boy. Let's go. You got to be kidding me. This is 870, folks. Let's get behind him.
Ooh, a little shaky on that walkout. Coach instructing him to settle, and he does. You know what, for how shaky the lockout was, that was a pretty nice and smooth second attempt.
Yeah, and you do often see that with the bigger weight class. You know, it is a lot of weight, and sometimes easier to stay standing with it and squat it than to walk backwards with it, which is understandable.
Yeah, exactly, fair enough. Having to move with that kind of weight on your back is one thing. Once you settle yourself, it's a linear movement of down up. Ray Williams knows a thing or two about linear movement with weight on your back. 447.5.
Yeah, absolutely huge second attempt from Ray.
The magical number is 455 for a 1,000-pound squat, 1,003 to be exact. We're getting real close, Amelia. I gotta think he's not taking a small jump like that. So they're gonna be literally feel the exact same on his back. I wonder where we're gonna end up.
Yeah, I can't imagine him taking such a small jump than that really for his third, should this be successful. And based on his opener, I'd be surprised if it wasn't. 447.5, a mammoth squat for Ray Williams.
Oh, this takes me back to 2027 Worlds, 2026 Worlds. 2018. Some things never change.
Wow. And he's looking good.
Ray Williams on point, 3 white lights. And where might he take that squat today?
Like you said, Ryan, it is unlikely he's going to take as small of a jump to just get to that 1,003-pound squat. I can only imagine it's going to be a little way above that.
3:15 for Timothy Wang as we enter into the final round of squatting.
Bar is loaded for Tim Wang.
Timothy handles 3:15 with room to spare.
Yeah, I still think probably would have had at least enough to match his PR of 3:20 there, but conserving some energy for the rest of the day.
Matthew Cronin, 317.5. 700 pounds awaits him.
That's a great fight.
Yeah, I was about to say that was a really good third attempt selection by Big Bill. Knowing his lifter and getting everything out of him. 3 for 3, and Devin, 317.5, 5-kilo jump. As we look on the forecast, this is going to be neck and neck for who's going to represent Team USA in the 120 category.
And it's going to really benefit Devin Going 3 for 3 on squats here.
Oh, and it's all heart for Devin right now.
Big smile there, and I think got the kilos he needed out of the day from his squat.
3 for 3 in the squats.
And again, while squat is obviously diminished from his top form, bench press has looked reliable in training, and he's going to need it because Regan is on point, 327.5.
Yeah, just under his best of 330, but having the foresight, being able to see what Devin is doing, knows he doesn't need to necessarily hit a PR, although wants to get as many kilos, especially knowing how far ahead Devin is in that bench press.
He does have the deadlift advantage.
There it is.
Yeah, you know, in terms of the handling for Regan, I think they are paying attention to Devin, and you got to be careful. While you start going to the top end for a PR, you might tip over.
And if you have a gift in each hand, one is a PR and one is a ticket to Open Worlds, I think we know which one he'd grab.
The PR. Tyler Wallace, 330, missed 320 on his second attempt, but that was due to depth. The strength was there, it moved well, moving up 10 kilos. He's just got to sink it. He's definitely strong.
Yeah, of course, going those couple extra inches can make the lift that much harder, so let's hope he is strong enough to find that depth. As you said, it's gone up 10 extra kilos. 320 didn't look tough. Definitely looks better.
Yeah, that looked better. Nope.
And that's the issue when you have to find depth and you move up in weight, because it is considerably harder to squat, even just a couple inches deeper.
No question. No question. Yeah, something can look and feel great, but if you're stitch high, take it into the hole and see how it feels. But, I mean, no harm, no foul. He's at the national championships, and sometimes you roll the dice. 330, I can't fault him for that. 332.5, Mike DeShear. This is a big squat for Mike. Mike really starting to return to form to his prime days. Getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and absolutely a contender for a podium position today.
Yeah, particularly on this day. There's a bit of a shakeup in the 120s. Last year's national champion, Bob Matthews, not in the mix. Last year's runner-up, Devin Williams, will be a little lower on his numbers, so it's almost anybody's game, the entire podium.
Yeah, not just looking for a ticket to Worlds, but also NAPFs in July and SBD Austin in November.
Oh, nice execution by Mike T.
And you can see the experience there with how he executed that final squat. It's a good lift.
Knowing his body as well, this is what I got on the day. Matt, Gary, and Mike have worked plenty of times together, been in many, many battles all over the world. They're getting the most out of Mike. And Yavenko, 335, handled by Sean Noriega. Day 2 in the midst of a sensational battle in the 83 kilo class. He's been working all week as a coach.
Looking for a 10 kilo PR here on his third and final attempt.
It's important to note, there isn't just world spots like you said, there's North American Championship spots in SBD Austin. American records will be available, as well as $12,000 in prize pool. What a fight, but a little too much on the day for Yavenko.
Yeah, of course, at NAPFs you can break the world records, at SBD Austin, national records, but like you said, $12,000, something you're going to want to pocket if you can.
Sizable bag.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Jaden Juice Edwards, 365. Amelia, what is his previous personal best?
Well, that would be 352.5, so looking to add another 12.5 kilos onto that.
And this is where, if you're trying to scout for these events, guys like Jaden could surprise you.
Yeah, and look, it's not a runaway competition today. He absolutely could vie for that top spot, should all go well for him.
Top spot, second, third. Again, many pathways available. Oh, just a little too much. Nice catch once again by the spotters and loaders. I like to give them props when they do it. Oftentimes, you only notice them if something goes wrong.
Yeah, and unfortunately that does lose him a potential 20 kilos off that total, and it is a tight race up there for podium. Have to make that up somewhere.
Rondell Hunt, 25 kilos. We suspected around 25 kilos would be good for Rondell. Here we are. Even when he's not in top form, if he hits 375, that is scary strong.
Yeah, and not in top form, but still 375, 10 kilos under his platform PR. So scary to think what top form does look like for him.
Yeah, if I'm honest, 1,045, that's previous best for Rondell. Rondell Hunt at 100% is well beyond that. Let that sink in. At this moment, there's not a 120-kilo man alive that can contend with him. And we're honored to have him here in Powerlifting America's National Championships. Nicely done. You know what? 385 probably would have been there.
It's a good lift, 3 white lights. I think 385, if they had put it on the bar, would have been slightly more risky. That was
two thumbs up.
Work, but he's an incredibly talented athlete. And his future is just not bright. It is his.
That's right. It's just not bright. It's red hot. 375 for Robert Lazarin in the super heavyweight class. This is a personal best for Robert. $362.5 is his previous best.
Kilo jump here, see how he handles this. 360 was still very quick.
Depth for sure.
Yeah, still super comfortable. Really phenomenal final attempt from Roberts.
You know, when you see a big man like Robert taking that kind of weight with such convincing depth, hats off to him, all types of strong. And here's our other Robert, Parisi, 407.5.
Yeah, looking to go over that 400 kilo barrier for the very first time on the podium, and what a place to do it. We thought he was amped up for that second. Look at him now.
This is, I'm just gonna quickly take a look.
Bar is loaded 407.5 kilos, a huge amount of weight on this bar, and he wants some support. He's gonna need it. This is a huge final attempt.
Just a pound and a bit under 900 pounds.
It's a lot of weight on that bar.
Incredibly strong man. Again, great depth. Oh, he's a fighter, but it's just a little too much on the day.
Great effort, though, for him there, 407.5.
And he thanks the spotters and loaders for catching that. Look, I can only imagine the tension those young men feel.
I think probably rooting for him to get the squat more than himself.
Ray Williams, 460, and I told you, 455 was 1,000 pounds. We're beyond that. 1,000-pound squat, and take a look at that total. We're already dipping over 1,000 kilo total. The forecast, of course, takes all completed lifts. Assume you're going to get this one.
Yeah, bearing in mind, won nationals last year with 1,037.5 total. So should that be his total? Just looking at his bench opener and his deadlift opener, where might that end up?
1,014 pounds for the big man himself. If you like what you see, let him do it right now.
As Ray digs that gnarling into his back one last time for the day.
Makes the bar look like a toy. Wow.
And it moves with speed. Ray Williams, 460. 3 white lights and it's good.
Absolutely phenomenal. What a lifter. And it is so good to see him on top form.
When he finally leaves the game, he'll never be forgotten. Love him while you got him, as he points to Matt Gary. Good call, Matt. And that will obviously conclude our squats. Don't expect anybody to be squatting after Ray Williams, as Devin, Big Dev, so far ahead on the prognosis, but by a tentative lead. Brendan was earlier today, and taking a look at the 120 pluses, of course, Ray Williams in the lead, and Bonica in the 84 pluses, and Amanda Lawrence in the 84s. We're going to take a short 10-minute break. You're going to want to come back as we jump into the bench press. And welcome back to Powerlifting America Nationals Day 4 as we take a peek at the standings for the 84 kilo class. Amanda Lawrence in a sizable lead, but Amelia, as we take a look at the other contenders, very closely contested. 2 through 4, just 2.5 kilos separate these ladies. And of course, Layla Soto just 10 kilos behind Tiffany Savage.
Yeah, definitely worth keeping an eye on Layla, sorry.
And in the 84 pluses, no surprise, Bonica Brown well ahead, but Nicolette 5:45, Danielle 5:22.5. We're gonna have some big totals and some big bench presses.
Yeah, Danielle competed earlier, so her total will stay the same. Tashel has a chance to push past her if she can gain those extra 30 plus kilos. Still with bench and deadlift, it's more than reasonable to think she can.
And Kenya Calderon, 90 kilos even, will kick us off. Three white lights, she's on the board. And a reminder, with no break, immediately after the ladies are done, we're going to move into the second flight, which is the men's 120, 120 plus. In the 120 kilo class, we got to fight for that national title and national team spot for IPF Worlds in June in Germany. Alyssa, 90 kilos.
Yeah, Alison's current PR, 97.5.
Lift is good for Allison. Honors weight 209 pounds for Julia Pandolfi.
Julia Pandolfi, 95 kilos in the 84 kilo class.
Yeah, finished squats off with a PR, was still seemed like kilos in the tank. She's opening 5 kilos below her best bench, so seems like making a lot of progress across the board. To be expected, has only been competing since 2023, still pretty new to the game. Wow.
Yeah, makes easy work at 95 kilos. Aliza Tesler, 102.5.
Aliza capable of benching 115 kilos. She has competed at Bench Worlds before and more recently at Bench Nationals. See a technical bench here, trying to get her rib cage as high as possible, try to get onto her shoulders bench, usually the most technical of all 3 lifts.
Smooth lift for Aliza, and she's on the board. 3 white lights. Stephanie Feathers now up next, 110 kilos.
Bar is loaded.
It's definitely a contender for podium. Hit a small PR in her squat. Has a PR bench of 120 kilos. Let's see how this 110 moves.
Three white lights for her, and she's on the board. Nicolette, 110 kilos for her opening bench press.
Just a reminder, we're bouncing between the 84 and 84 plus kilo categories in this flight.
And those look like deadlift arms to me, Amelia, but she makes it. 3 by lights, and so far, no major surprises with these openers for the ladies.
Yeah, Nicola has a bench PR, a deadlift PR that matches that of Bonica Brown's.
That's a little surprising. We'll have to see how this bench battle plays out. Tashelle Kerr, 84 plus, 115. Oh, sorry. Deadlift, not bench press.
Yeah. Nice comfortable opener there. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Layla Soto, 122.5 for her opening bench.
Out of the top contenders, Layla has got the smallest deadlift, but the bench really helps her build kilos alongside that squat. Not a small deadlift by any means, but up against some huge pullers.
Makes easy work, 122.5, and Layla is on the board.
Layla is on the board. We go to 275 for Amanda Lawrence.
Amanda Lawrence up next. 125. She's previously hit 135. And Amelia, if she's opening this heavy, I got to think maybe she isn't holding back quite as much as we thought.
Yeah, and we know Amanda doesn't like to be beaten, and in total, no one really usually comes close, but 284s are opening bench after her, and maybe that's something that she wants to contend with.
She wants to win every single battle. And if the bench battle they want, then that's what she's going to give these ladies.
Of course, her injury wouldn't have affected too badly her bench press.
That's true as well. It was an abductor injury.
Yeah, very comfortable opener for Amanda. 3 white lights, a good lift.
81. Bars loaded for Tiffany Savage.
One of those 84s to follow Amanda.
127.5 for Tiffany Savage. 2.5 kilos over Amanda's opener.
Yeah, and actually has a bigger bench PR than Amanda by 5 kilos, as does Michelle Robbins, who will follow Tiffany.
Tiffany Savage and Amanda both part of the Flex team, and it's the brothers, Big Body and Joey Flex, splitting duties. Joey with Amanda. But Tiffany makes easy work, 127.5. This is going to be an interesting bench session.
Yeah, it'll be very, very interesting. Like we said, Amanda doesn't often face direct battles, and so where she can find them, she will enjoy being pushed. And she will be.
She's used to battles, that's for sure. I remember Amanda back as a junior, 2019. She'll take it where she can get it. Michelle Robbins, 127.5. And like you had said, Michelle got a very big bench press on her. Has gone as high as 140.5. Easy work, 127.5 as well.
Michelle Robbins.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
132.5 now for Bonica Brown.
Bonica able to have a very relaxed day today, and you can tell. Seems to be loose and enjoying herself.
She's definitely not overly stressed.
No, she's just having fun, and important to remember to do that from time to time when competing.
I remind myself that every day. She's gone as heavy as 155. Ooh, I was just about to say, let's see how the opener moves. 132 and a half. I don't know if she's going to load as heavy as 155, judging off her squat.
Yeah, she doesn't need to. And like you said, judging off her squat where she didn't go anywhere really near top end, I feel it might be the case with bench as well.
Allison, 95 kilos for her second attempt, 5 kilo jump. Getting close to that 97.5 PR.
A little bit more work, but as to be expected. Perhaps looking to match that PR on her third and final attempt.
Kenya Calderon, 97.5 kilos for her second attempt. We're staying in the 84 kilo class.
Already this would be a 2.5 kilo PR. Should she make this on her second attempt? Hit a 7.5 kilo PR on squat. A little bit sticky, but actually the speed was still relatively good.
Yeah, it maintained a consistency throughout. Be interesting to see where the coach loads for her third and final as Julia preps for 100 kilos even.
Yeah, this would match her current best of 100 kilos. Already PR'd her squat. Opener looked very, very comfortable. So it seems like she's made progress across the board, or at the very least in squat and bench in training recently. It seems to be.
3 white lights, and she's adding more kilos to that total in the stacked 84 kilo class. And Elisa Tesler, 112.5. Elisa, of course, been on Team USA before, competed at bench nationals, likes to compete often.
Yeah, and already hitting 2.5 kilos below her best here on her second. Seems to be having a lot of fun today on the platform. Like I said, and why not? Why wouldn't you have fun? Particularly if you're not in a head-to-head battle. Take in every moment of experience you can. Compete often. That's a lovely second attempt from Elisa.
Nice 10 kilo jump, and she handles it well. Stephanie Feathers now, 115 for her second attempt.
Nice 5 kilo jump from her opener.
Oh, and that's a fight. Good catch by the spotters just around the midpoint.
Yeah.
Looks like it paused, and for a second, looked like she might fight through it.
But not really what you want to see on that second attempt, Ryan. So what do you think the play is from here?
I would say probably have to retake that weight unless, honestly, they go back and that was a misgroove. No issues here, loaded up, I'm confident. But that halfway through,
I think even then, 115 again would have to be the play.
I'd agree with you. Nicolette, 115 stays on the bar for her.
Small leg lift. For Nicolette, 264 pounds is loaded.
That's a good lift.
For Tashelle Kerr.
120 for Tashelle Kerr. We are in the 84 pluses.
Looking to match her PR here on her second.
Look at that technique.
Pretty comfortable at that.
Good lift. Our next move.
And the ladies are on point today in the bench press session as 132.5 awaits Amanda Lawrence. 135 is her bench PR. Didn't expect to see getting this close to her previous personal best in just the second round.
Yeah, a lot of progress, I suppose, that we've seen. And like I said before, I imagine feeling pressed from a couple other lifters in her flight for the first time in a while.
In the bench press event, yeah.
Yeah, of course, in the bench press. For a second there, I thought she was going to close grip the 132. It's a little tougher, but as to be expected. And
So let me ask you, is it a 2.5 kilo jump to match her previous personal best, or do you think she's going to go for a PR?
I think she would want to go for a PR, but I think the safer option is that 2.5 kilo jump, and that's probably the discussion her and Joey are having right now, because we have lifters coming after her with 135, 137, so it might be a tough ask to try and match and beat them.
I'm wondering, due to, like you had said earlier, the abductor injury won't impact the bench press, or if it does, very, very little. And nothing really to lose here in terms of adding kilos to the total. If they're going to go for a PR, it's relatively harmless attempt. She's not in a direct battle for total. And Layla Soto, 132.5.
10 kilo jump. That is already 2.5 kilos above Layla's.
And that
current
was
PR.
fast.
It was, and I can imagine 140 being justified for that third attempt.
I'd be comfortable if they loaded 140 and Michelle Robbins, 135.
As we said before, Michelle's best is 140.5. And should this move as well, I can only imagine her surpassing that today.
Between Layla, Michelle, and Tiffany, we have quite the scrimmage to make it onto the podium and see who ends up with what medals.
Yeah, we can see there Asha from earlier already knocked off, and Layla matching her, looking to surpass and chase Michelle and Tiffany.
135 for Michelle Robbins.
Wow, and that was very comfortable.
And Miss Robbins responds. We got ourselves a bench battle.
Yeah, I have to say Layla and Michelle's second a lot easier than Amanda's.
Tiffany Savage now, 137.5.
This is just 2.5 kilos below Tiffany's best.
Big 10-kilo jump from her opener. Handles that 10-kilo jump well. And Tiffany, who came in as a strong favorite for silver, under a bit of pressure here, but she's responding well. Bonica Brown, 140.
Yeah, again, still a good way under her best of 155, 7.5 kilo jump. Having what we imagine to be a relaxed day, getting that ticket to Germany.
Whoa.
Yeah, and as expected, still very, very comfortable and a good lift. 3 white lights.
140 kilos offers very, very little resistance for Bonica Brown as we enter into the 3rd round of bench press. Allison with 97.5.
Yeah, looking to match her personal best here. And I think based off that 95, this seems like the right decision.
It's a fight. Whoa, there's some downward motion.
Unfortunately not there, but she did get everything she could have out of her bench today, making that minimal jump of 2.5 kilos.
Kenya Calderon, 102.5 for her final bench of the day. In the 84-kilo class. And this is well above her previous personal best coming into the competition at 95 kilos. She surpassed that in the last round of bench. Oh, slow and steady right to the lockout. 3 white lights, and that's 7.5 kilo bench PR. Up next, 105 kilos for Julia Pandolfi.
Yeah, this will be a 5 kilo PR, and honestly, had to see Julia work too hard for PRs today. So I wonder how this 105 will look. 100 was very comfortable.
And yeah, that the trend continues.
And I wonder where she'll be when she does find where that top end strength is.
Very smooth bench pressing. Stephanie Feathers, 115. Missed this on her 2nd. Looking to retake this again on her 3rd. We had a discussion about it. Thought probably that would be the prudent choice, and looks like her coach agrees.
Yeah, I don't see a world where going up would have been the smarter move. 115 again, as there was that bit of turbulence in there.
It's a struggle right before lockout. Yeah, that started coming back down. She didn't give up on it, but the spotters were right to jump in. It wasn't going to pass. No need to end off grinding that out, expending extra energy, save it for the deadlifts. As you see here, comes off the chest with speed, and right at the midpoint, the brakes come on, starts lowering back down.
Yeah, and it's going to hurt her a little bit, considering she is one of those names fighting for podium position.
Nicolette now, 2.5 kilo jump from 115. Nice third bench.
Yeah, very solid. I think a good choice there to take that 2.5. Pretty white lights, a good lift.
Next weight, 264.
Aliza Tesler, 120 kilos even. This is a 5 kilo personal best for her.
Often competes in full power as well as bench only. He's competed at the last 3 nationals as well as the last 3, and as well as NAPF's 2023. So, as you said, has competed a lot representing.
Oh, it's a fight, but
Wow.
look at her scrap that out, and that stubborn left elbow, she locks it out. She could scrap. Oh my goodness, is that gonna pass? No, and that's a shame. I'll give her this though. It would have passed in the gym, and she showed a lot of heart as she locks that. Give her a few months, she can make it official. Michelle Kerr, 122.5.
Looking for a 2.5 kilo PR here. Opting for the minimum jump here. Perhaps feeling like she's nearer her limit. Trying to collect as many kilos as possible. Doesn't look like she's near her limit though.
No, that was very smooth, and I would have been comfortable if they loaded another 2.5 kilos. Looking very strong on the day. In 137.5 for Amanda Lawrence. I think it's a good move. Look at, if it's the World Championships, you're going head to head, and you need kilos towards your total. You can't risk reaching and overreaching. I get it, but today, not the case. And if she wants to leave with a PR that's not going to re-aggravate any injuries, this would be the one.
Really hyping herself up this. Like you said, a PR for Amanda. Attempting it just a few weeks before Open Worlds. And in terms of her total, she doesn't need to do this. She wants to. That's enough.
And to be honest, she doesn't need to be here, but she wants to. And I respect that. Oh!
Wow.
And Amanda Lawrence collects herself a PR on the bench press.
I've got to say, it made it look a little bit more convincing in her second attempt.
137.5 stays on the bar for Layla Soto.
A real rising star here in the 84s, Layla. To be a 7.5 kilo PR, the 132.5 was extremely smooth.
Fast on the descent. Oh
Wow.
my goodness, she might actually get it.
And the question is, did it go down?
I don't think so.
Oh,
3
my
white
goodness.
lights, it didn't. And these ladies willing to fight for their attempts.
Look at that. This is an incredible grind.
Never gives up hope. Fights through all sticking points. Hats off to her. Michelle Robbins now 142.5. An announcement. Is this a national record? It is.
Ryan, yes. 142.5 for Michelle.
We had foreshadowed Michelle Robbins was a big bencher.
Yeah, this is 2 kilos above her current PR of 140.5.
No chip on this one. See how the battle shakes up. She might regret passing up on a chip. Wow.
And I could say comfortably a half kilo more.
Yeah, no, that would have been there. That would have been there. I'm not a betting man, but I bet the house on that. Very strong pressing power on that young lady.
Not the last 84 to take a bench.
Tiffany is not the only savage on this roster, apparently. 145. $7.5 kilo jump. This is also a national record attempt.
Also opting not to take that chip. 7.5 kilo jump, like you said. It would be a 5 kilo PR.
No, the brakes came on.
Yeah, and that's often what you see when it's a quick descent to the chest. You just lose a little bit of power and control, but great effort nonetheless. The national record stays with Michelle Robbins, or 142.5.
With Michelle not chipping, she could have took a bit of a couple kilos off that attempt. I don't know if it would have been there, but proves all to be academic at this point. And Bonica Brown, 145.
And I expect nothing less than a easy breezy third attempt.
Yeah, the way 140 moved. Humbling how easy breezy Bonica is going to make 145 appear.
And it is indeed 3 white lights, a good lift.
As we look at the standings in the 84 plus, no surprises here. Bonica with a sizable lead, Nicolette in second, Danielle third. 84s, again, no surprises. Amanda Lawrence with a very strong lead, but beneath her, Michelle, Tiffany, Layla, very hotly contested to make it onto the podium, and who's going to get what color of medal as we move into the men's flight, 120, 120 pluses. Yovenko, 172.5.
Comfortable looking open out for Renko there. Only 7.5 kilos below his PR, so see where he moves onto his second. Perhaps looking to match it or extend it already.
175 now loaded for Robert in the 120 pluses.
Opening bench is not really where you'd want or expect to see any drama. Expect nice, easy attempts. Bench being the most technical, really where you'd want to take a more conservative opener, should you have to take it 3 times over.
Yeah, there's so many possible infractions, so many possibilities to lose this attempt. Open light. You could take bigger jumps. Robert with a PR of 187. Looks like he's doing just that. Nicely done.
Good lift, 3 white lights.
24. From Tyler Wallace. Bars loaded.
192.5 now for Tyler Wallace in the 120s. Handshake, arm shaking a little bit.
Does not slow him down though. Not
No.
an indicator of strength by any means.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes the engine revs a little bit, but not necessarily an indication that the person's close to their limit. And Mike DeSure opening with 195.
Mike certainly could be a podium threat, especially with Jaden Edwards missing his final squat. Mike.
We have several lifters hovering around that podium. Looking to reach and pull themselves up onto it. Mike is one of them.
Yeah, and I imagine the podium would likely look 930 and up.
Easy work.
Yeah, clips the rack a little bit, but it doesn't cause him really any issues. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
200 kilos for 40. From Jaden Edwards. Bars loaded.
Jaden Juice Edwards, 200 kilos even.
Opening on his PR, like we said, has made some tremendous progress since coming into the open. And still plenty of room to grow into it, weighing 113.93. Lost a few kilos on that final squat, looking to make it up for it here. It's not his PB anymore.
3 white lights. Reagan Henderson, 202.5 for his opening bench press.
Reagan opening a little off his best of 220, but we'll see how this moves, how he paces himself. Of course, he's never going to be benching after Devin.
Whoa, okay, well, he's on pace.
Yeah, and as we said, open conservative, make those bigger jumps, and that looks like what Reagan is doing.
Timothy Wang up next, 205 for his opening bench. Easy work at 205, and Timothy's on the board in the bench press event. Robert Lazarin, as we move into the 120 pluses, 205 will stay on the bar for Robert.
Opening just 10 kilos below his best. His squats were all very comfortable. PR'd in the squat.
Yeah, you went 3 for 3 in the squat event. 10 kilos below his personal best. That's pretty close. I'm assuming bench prep went well.
Yeah, and should this move well, I expect to see his current PR, if not a little bit more, on the bar for a second. 10 to 12.5 kilos, a pretty normal jump that we would see from first to second bench. Wow. It's definitely going to be past that.
Yeah, he's definitely well beyond 10 kilos above being his PR, at least based off of the speed of that opener. And 210 being loaded for Ray Williams. Had an absolutely huge squat event, 460 kilos.
I can only imagine this is going to be a comfortable opener for Ray with a PR bench of 247.5. We've seen some huge numbers come from Ray in the past. And you'd expect that with a 5-time world champion.
Easy work at 210.
Looks like the floor, doesn't it? Easy as that. Next week, 485 for
Matthew Cronin, 220 for his opening bench. Tells the spotters and loaders, I'll take this off the rack myself. Thank you very much. And that offers a level of consistency, Amelia.
Yeah, it certainly takes a variable back into your own hands.
Literally.
Very, very comfortable for Matthew. And a good lift for you white lights.
Rondell Hunt, 230 kilos for his opening bench, over 500 pounds.
Both the last two lifters, Rondell and Devin, capable of a world record bench. One holding the world record bench in Devin Williams.
Yeah, Rondell's top end bench, 262.5, Devin 261. Neither one of these gentlemen are in their top form, but we might still have a bit of a bench battle here.
.230, where many of the gentlemen may hope to end up, where Rondell and Devin are beginning.
And you can see it's a long way up and a long way down, despite having those deadlift arms, and he's got a massive deadlift. He is full well capable of taking that world record bench press. He just needs to make an international team. Devin Williams, 242.5.
Huge opening bench.
Huge opening bench from Devin. Of course, as we mentioned before, holds the world record at 261.
Easy work at 242.5.
No respect, no problem.
Might we see an unofficial world record here today? He almost shrugs his shoulders as though I'm a little surprised the strength was there when I needed it.
Yeah, we'll have to see the jump he makes there. Maybe a 10 to 12.5 leaves him definitely within reaching distance of that world record of his, if he does that.
Jovanko, 180 for his second attempt as we begin the second round of benching.
Very comfortable there, and matching his PR in his second.
185 for Robert Parisi.
.10 jump from his opener, landing him just 2.5 below his best. Just missed out on that 407.5 squat in his final attempt.
Moved pretty well considering we're only 2.5 kilos below his personal best. I think he's gonna push that personal record.
I absolutely agree, based on that second attempt.
205 for Tyler Wallace. Tyler had some struggles in the squat event. Second attempt, if you remember, was due to depth. Third attempt, nice catch by the spotters. Looking to get a little more green on the scoreboard here in the bench press event. 192.5 moved well. Let's see how a 12.5 kilo jump is handled. Nicely done.
That is a good lift, 3 white lights. Plenty of room left in the tank for that third attempt. It's exactly where you want to be after a second attempt.
205 stays on the bar for Michael Tashir.
A reasonable 10 kilo jump here for Mike. Should he pace himself well? People are missing a good spot for pushing that podium. Seems likely.
Ten kilos handled well. Are you thinking another 10 kilos, Amelia?
I think another 10 kilos is completely justified there. Like I said, the most important thing for him at this point is to keep making lifts, because as the people around him are missing, that's going to really set him apart.
Jaden Edwards, 210 kilos.
Like we said before, Jaden opened on his personal best of 200, so 210, of course, already a 10 kilo PR should he make it, and 200 was very, very comfortable.
Ooh, something happened there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. And
He looks a little confused too. Yeah.
And when I saw him set up for his opener, I did think he looked a little bit wonky on the bench, maybe just setting up a little bit out of position there.
215 for Timothy Wang.
This is just half a kilo below his personal best. This is his open debut. He placed 4th in the juniors last year.
Big 10 kilo jump for him. 215 now will stay on the bar for Regan Henderson.
.5 kilo jump here, getting closer to that 220 that he has as his PR, pacing himself very nicely. Currently hasn't missed a lift. 4 for 4.
I think we're going to see a PR attempt for Regan.
Yeah, I would be extremely surprised if we didn't.
On a day when he needs it, when Devin Williams might have his total decrease, Regan's got to step up and find these kilos somewhere. This is his opportunity and a chance to go to the IPF World Championships. Robert Lazarin, 217.5.
Looking for a 2.5 kilo PR here on his second attempt. 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. I think maybe one of the quickest openers we saw in bench press.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that also could have been his opener.
12.5 kilos barely slows him down at all.
I'll have to disagree with you, Ryan. I don't think it did slow him down at all.
Let's agree to disagree. I thought I saw a smidgen slower. Ray Williams, 220. Ray has gone as high as 247.5. This is 10 kilos jumping up from his opener, which was very smooth.
Yeah, and similar to Amanda and Anika, not really in a position where he's going to be pushed by anybody for total. He doesn't have to have the day of his life. Doesn't mean he's not going to be posting big numbers.
Looks like he could probably handle another 10 kilos based off of that.
It is a good lift.
227.5 now for Matthew Cronin as we move back into the 120 kilo class.
Yeah, and I expect to see maybe a smaller jump for Ray there, being a little bit more conservative with Matt Gary handling him.
You might be right. And Matt is a big advocate for at least attempting to get as close to 9 for 9 as possible. Build your total.
7.5 kilo jump here for Cronin. Still fairly smooth. Slow down a little bit towards that lockout, the second portion of the bench. It's a good lift.
245 now for Rondell Hunt.
15 kilo jump from his opener. Like we said, the best he has benched is 262.5, which is a kilo and a half above Devon's world record. A way off that here, but can't imagine it's going to be a slow moving bench press. And really some of these men do make that rack look very small.
Rondell, again, a reminder, getting a bit of a late notice that he'd be lifting. Not entirely in top form, but definitely world-class strength. Makes easy work at 245. If I'm honest, probably could do another 15 kilos. What do you think, Amelia?
I think he definitely could. I don't think he will. You know, bench does seem to suffer near top end with the bigger jumps a little bit. And again, Rondell, I imagine, wanting to go 9 for 9.
255 for Devin Williams. 12.5 kilo jump. And we are getting close. 261 is his personal best. That was the world record. Might we see an unofficial world record attempt today in the 120s? Yavenko, 185.
Matches personal best on his second, looking to extend that by 5 kilos.
Adds 5 kilos to his total and kicks off the third round of bench press for the men's division as we move back and forth between the 120, 120 pluses. This is Robert, 187.5. Conservative 2.5 kilo jump.
Yeah, not often as utilized in the bigger weight classes, but important to use it when you need it. 2.5 kilos is certainly better than none.
Oh,
And definitely the
wow.
right call as well.
You know what? For a second there was a pause. It came quick. I thought it might have been the end, but it was such a brief pause. Just muscles through it. Seemed to have kicked into another gear. Right to lockout. And collects another 2.5 kilos towards his total. Tyler Wallace, 210 kilos, 5 kilo jump.
This will be for a 2.5 kilo bench press PR. Locks it out one arm at a time, but that's not a problem.
No, he gets there. And 210 kilos it is, and the bar will stay loaded with 210 as Jaden Edwards takes another attempt at it. If you look at the forecast here, Jaden, in a battle to get onto the podium, just 2.5 kilos above Brennan. Mike DeSure, not too far behind himself, 7.5 kilos. Very, very close for these medals. This is a very pivotal 10 kilos for Jaden Edwards. Oh, just a little too much. And again, the battle stays close. He had an opportunity to perhaps put 10 kilos between him and some of the other contenders.
And that really surprises me, Ryan, based off how that 200 moved. What do you think happened there?
Yeah, I am not entirely sure. Like, I agree with you. 200 kilos, 210 seem reasonable. And now Mike DeSure has an opportunity, grab 7.5 kilos, mitigate this deficit he's facing, and possibly get on the podium.
And like we said, you said he could do 10, and I said they may go more conservative as everyone is missing, or a lot of people are missing around him. So 7.5 kilos guaranteed is looking very good, giving him a 6 for 6 heading into deadlifts.
Yeah, if 10 kilos is around 50-50, we're getting close to 75% success rate here. And
that is the right number for sure.
Oh, my goodness, that was that passes. That was right on the money.
Unfortunately, he gets 2 blues, and Matt Gary goes to the jury.
It's definitely worth the conversation. I mean, when you're this close.
Yeah, and they are reviewing it right now.
220, Reagan Henderson.
And unfortunately, it will stay in no lift for Mike Shura.
Five more kilos for Reagan.
Yeah, matching his personal best there. Like we said, with people missing, going 6 for 6 heading into deadlifts is a much more dangerous weapon than the extra couple kilos he could have risked.
Timothy Wang, 222.5.
Looking to extend his personal best from 215.5 to 222.5. And a
3 white lights.
yeah. Managed to get a relatively quick press command there, which certainly helps. You get the press command when the bar is satisfactory, stationary on your chest.
Ray Williams, 225 for his final bench. We had a discussion where they might go with this. I was comfortable with another 10 kilos, but you had pointed out it's Matt Gary. He likes to build his totals.
Yeah.
5 kilos, I believe, is going to be there. Three for 3 and 6 for 6 overall.
We got a 501 to Robert Lazarus. Bars loaded.
$227.5 for fellow 120 plus athlete Robert Lazarin. Robert also hasn't missed a lift yet today.
Yeah, coming in today with a 215 kilo PR bench, looking for 227.5 for his final bench press, and we've really not seen him struggle too much so far in squat or in bench. The 217.5, as we said, could have easily been his opener, so another 10 kilos based off of that didn't seem like an unreasonable ask.
Yeah, that was still pretty good there. Obviously more work than the second. Still had a lot of bar speed. Matthew Cronin, 230 kilos.
Opting for that 2.5 kilo jump here, perhaps feeling towards his end strength, and it looked like a good choice there, third attempt.
So if the world record currently stands at 261 kilos, held by Devin Williams, Rondell Hunt 260, just giving you a little bit of historical perspective here. 15 kilo jump from his second attempt.
Yeah, looking for a 30 kilo spread from his opening bench to his third.
That is huge.
Yeah, absolutely is. And you know, the 245, like you said, absolutely justified to jump 15 kilos. He's going to know himself better than anybody else.
Rondell had hit, before he knew he was coming to Powerlifting American Nationals, a massive 425 kilo deadlift. Posted in his stories that this had created generational fatigue, is how he put it. Trying to shake the cobwebs a little bit, get himself back into battle form. Okay, so there's...
Yeah, and you know what? Fair enough.
The world record is definitely in danger once this young man makes it onto an international team. And also, while I have the opportunity, a quick thank you for the Trinidad Federation for sending Rondell Hunt, giving their approval, and everybody watching this, I'm sure, is grateful for the opportunity to see this young man once again in competition on such a big stage.
Yeah, and the record is not just tracked by Rondell, but the current holder himself, Devin Williams.
Devin Williams, 263. This is an American record and obviously an unofficial world record. Back to back, we got ourselves a good old-fashioned bench battle with two of the world's best.
8 kilo jump, 2 kilos above his world record.
Wow.
And 2 huge benches, an unofficial world record from Devin.
Just a remarkable showing by Devin there. If the squat came down, bench stayed faithful and hung around. And Devin almost looked shocked himself. As we look at the 120s, Devin looks like a firm favorite at this point. Bench really served him well. Currently in second, Brennan, Jaden after that. And Ray Williams in the 120 pluses, well ahead with Robert and Anthony Spinner to follow. Short 2.5 kilos past that is Robert Parisi, whom Anthony was in the earlier class. So Robert, excellent opportunity to get onto the podium. You will want to return in 10 short minutes as we move into the deadlift event and the conclusion of the 84, 84 plus, 120, and 120 plus U.S. National Championships. And welcome back to the Powerlifting America National Championship for the 84 and 84 pluses, as well as on the men's side, the 120 and 120 pluses. As we take a look at the standings for the 84s, Amanda Lawrence, no surprise, in a commanding lead. But beneath her, Michelle Robbins, Tiffany Savage, and Layla Soto in a hotly contested scrabble for the podium in the 84 pluses. Again, no surprise with Bonica Brown firmly in the lead. Behind her, Nicolette and Danielle. In the 120s, we have guest lifter Rondell Hunt putting on a show. Look like he's pacing for 1,000 kilos. Devin Williams, gold medal favorite, looking to earn his first spot on the U.S. national team for the World Championships this year, held in June in Germany. But beneath him, again, a lot of fights for a podium finish. And of course, in the 120 pluses, Amelia, we have Ray Williams, who squatted over 1,000 pounds, 3 for 3 in the bench press, but the deadlifts have yet to begin.
Yeah, and of course, he'll be probably vying for a space at NAPF's or at the SBD Austin, as he would have to beat Jesus' total in order to represent in Germany.
That's right. Kenya Calderon, 157.5 for her opening pole.
And nice and easy with that secures her total.
Julia Pandolfi, 170. Julia, a picture-perfect 6 for 6 today. As soon as she hits this 170, locks in her total.
Fairly comfortable opener there, and has had a phenomenal day so far, PRing in every single lift we've seen pretty comfortably.
Allison Moorman, 180 for her opening pole.
Already with this opening pull, lands at just 5 kilos off her best total. Very comfortable, strong looking opening attempt from Allison, and a good lift. Important that your deadlift opener is something relatively comfortable. It's not worth taking any risks when it is the really one lift in the competition that secures that total for the first time.
Lisa Tessler, 187.5.
These are capable of a 200 plus kilo deadlift.
Smooth opening pole.
Good lift. We go to 418 for Soto.
Layla Soto, 190 kilos.
great day at the Nationals. Far is amazing.
Layla also hasn't missed a single lift all day, but the lock in her total.
Yeah, and that total already with the open brief, 550 kilos. Her current total PR, 556. Can only imagine where it's going to end up.
Layla has an opportunity to find herself on the podium, bringing home a souvenir, but it's going to come down to the very last deadlift. Tashelle Kerr, 190 kilos, stays on the bar for her.
This would give her a 500 kilo total, which is her current PR total already on her opening attempt.
Makes easy work of 190 kilos.
Yeah, and doing it beltless at that. Seeing that a lot more frequently these days.
Yeah, it's more common in the sumo. It lets you reach further down in between your legs, grasp the bar. A little more comfortable. 195 for Stephanie Feathers in the 84 kilo class. Again, a reminder, we'll jump between the 84s and 84 pluses.
Very comfortable opener for Stephanie. Unfortunately missed out on those final two benches, but definitely still a contender for that podium.
Defending national champion Tiffany Savage, 210 kilo opener.
And bar Amanda having the biggest deadlift of the flight. Of course, Amanda having a world record deadlift, is tough to match up to that. Tiffany with a big PR deadlift of 232.5.
Yeah, if these ladies are going to fight for that silver, Tiffany's going to have the last word.
Yeah, trying to convince the other lifters to fight for their bronze instead of the silver. Tiffany's doing a good job of that so far. Really still anybody's game right now.
Strong opening pull for Tiffany.
And let the games begin.
212.5 for Bonica Brown.
Pretty conservative, actually very conservative opener for Bonica. She's hit 252.5 before, but we've seen her be conservative on squat and bench.
At this point, she really wants to operate in a bit of cruise control. Cruise her way to that gold medal. Start booking her flights to Germany, if she hasn't already. Easy work. Sassy opener, and that puts her at 622.5.
Yeah, had some trouble with lockout in the past. No issue there whatsoever.
217.5 for Michelle Robbins, and Michelle trying to close in on Tiffany Savage. You had mentioned Tiffany's got a big deadlift. Michelle with the big bench press.
Yeah, Michelle's been able to extend her personal bests by a good way on squat and a couple kilos on bench. We have down her PR deadlift as 227.5 and opening 10 kilos below that, as we mentioned earlier. Seems like she's going to be pushing that further. Already, this is almost a 30 kilo total PR for her.
It was smooth, but maybe a little more taxing than I might have thought an opener. Not sure how much more room she has. I believe if I'm comparing that to Tiffany Savage's opener, I think Tiffany's going to take some bigger jumps. And Nicolette with 225 as we move into the 84 plus division.
As I alluded to before, has a PR total of 252.5, same as Bonika's. Very, very comfortable opener for Nicolette. The good lift, 3 white lights.
And Amanda Lawrence opening with 230 kilos. Put her at a 610 kilo total.
And Amanda, as expected, not really in danger of having to look behind her. Has a deadlift PR and world record of 269. So near 40 kilos more than this.
Not entirely sure she baby powdered her legs. This will be a leisure opener for her then. Wow.
Yeah, and it is. And being 40 kilos below her personal best, you'd expect that to be as easy as it was.
507, just like that. Our next weight, 380. We start round 2. Kenya.
Easy work for Amanda Lawrence.
And that means every lifter in this flight has secured their total.
As we begin the second round of deadlifts, Kenya Calderon, 172.5. 15 kilo jump for her, and we're in the 84 kilo class.
Let's give her 15 kilo total PR. And pretty comfortably at that. Has not missed a lift yet today.
Look good. We await the lights.
Waiting for those lights. She need not worry. 3 white lights. 182.5 for Julia Pandolfi.
12.5 kilo jump. This also would give Julia a PR total of 492.5, coming in with 485.
Three white lights, 2 for 2 so far in the deadlift event, and 2 thumbs up for our coaching staff. Allison Warman now, 190, 10 kilo jump from her opener.
Yeah, I think it was 2.5 below her deadlift PB. And again, another lifter looking for a total PB on their second attempt.
Oh, could have convinced me that was an opener.
Maybe looking to push to get that 200 kilos on the platform. Big milestone.
I would not bet against her based off the speed of that 190. And Layla Soto, 200 kilos for her second attempt. Layla looking to move her total from 550 to 560. Michelle Robbins currently at 562.5. Tiffany Savage currently at 555. You do the math. Layla looking to position herself onto the podium. Of course, Amanda Lawrence securely in first place, well above that.
Yeah, and Michelle may regret not taking that chip we spoke about earlier if it is that close.
Only time will tell.
Reasonable looking second attempt for Layla, and a good lift. Pushes her total PR up by 4 kilos.
Elisa Tessler, 200 kilos even, getting pretty close to that 205 personal best. Let's see how this moves.
Very nice looking second there, managing to match her total PR.
You think she's going to go 5, or do you think she's going to go 7.5?
I could see 7.5. I think that would be a great way to end her day with a total and deadlift PR.
Curb with 205. Speaking of, and we move into the 84 plus.
15 kilo jump here for Tashel. Matched her total PR on her opener, looking to further extend that here.
Pretty smooth for a second attempt, the 15 kilo jump.
3 white lights.
As the spotters and loaders begin to assemble 207.5 kilos for Stephanie Feathers. And we return to the 84 kilo class. Stephanie holds a PR just 10 kilos above this.
Still very much a contender, and it's a nice looking second. 12.5 kilo jump there.
That is a good lift from Stephanie. Our next weight, 490 pounds.
Bonica Brown up next, 222.5 kilos.
Having a pretty sub-maximal day.
Yeah, the way 212.5 moved, I don't think this is going to be too much of a challenge for her. Yeah, that was just as smooth as her opener was.
The lift is good. She is going
Good lift, 3 white lights.
Our next weight is 496.
Tiffany Savage, 225. Looking to pull herself into second place with a 570 total. And you had mentioned 572.5 was her previous personal best. If she's there already on her second attempt, you gotta wonder where she's gonna end up. There's some fierce challengers trying to take her spot. I love her setup. 225 with authority.
That is a good lift, 3 white lights. It really is going to come down to that last deadlift for all competitors to see who will walk away with which medal.
She's previously hit 232 and a half. I'm wondering what they're going to load, as Michelle Robbins has 227 and a half waiting for her. This will, if temporarily, bump Tiffany down a peg.
Yeah, also matching Michelle's personal best. She's currently hit new bests in both squat and bench and total. And I can't imagine she's going to leave deadlift behind. I believe Michelle to be the lightest of the competitors vying for podium.
That's right. Yeah, she had moved up from 76. But 217 and a half was work. I'm interested in seeing how this 10 kilos affects her. You know what?
About the same.
Yeah. It might just be the way she pulls.
So she'll have that body weight advantage. Let's see if it comes down to that, because it might.
240 for Nicolette. And we move into the 84 plus. Handles the 15-kilo jump.
Yeah, it's a good lift, and honestly, pretty similar looking to that opener, especially considering there's another 15 kilos on that bar.
Amanda Lawrence, 255 kilos.
And like we said, there's no need for her to push, but this does land her 14 kilos below her world record of 269 on her second attempt. Interested to see how this moves. Interested more so to see what she'd then put on for that third attempt, Ryan.
Well, it'll move her total to 635.
Her PR total world record at 647.
I'm going to be honest, to be this close to her overall best.
It bodes well for Germany in a few weeks' time for sure.
Clearly, she's in decent enough conditioning. She's got time to improve upon this as well. Yeah, she's full on talking to herself here. She's definitely taking this seriously, hyping herself up. A little slow at the top, but it moves relatively nice.
And it is a good lift, 318. Yeah, it definitely slowed down. It's a lot of weight, and I think after seeing Meg Scanlon's performance earlier in the week, she wanted to show everyone what it does take to be world champions.
And Joey Flex leaving behind her. I think they're contemplating, where do we go from here? 5 more kilos will take them into the 640s, which is honestly a little more than I would have expected, considering the background of her coming into this meet. Coming off of an injury, just looking to have a little bit of fun. But perhaps she's stronger than even she had thought. And Kenya Calderon, 185.
Unfortunately not there today.
Yeah, a little bit of assistance there.
Take the bar to 418. for Julia Pandolfi. Bars are loaded.
Julia Pandolfi, 190 kilos for her final pull. Looking to finish with 500 kilos even.
It'd be a huge personal best, hitting that 500 kilo milestone.
And she does it. 500 kilos it is, as long as the judges agree. And they do. New milestone unlocked.
Yeah, managed to hit PR on squat, bench, deadlift, and total. Fantastic day out, and go 9 for 9.
197.5 for Allison Warman.
Bars loaded.
For a 5 kilo PR on deadlift. 12.5 kilo PR on total. A great end to the day
Yeah.
for Allison.
That is a good left for Allison Wade.
Allison 3 for 3, rewarded with 3 white lights. Allison had failed to hit a third attempt in a squat and bench press, but sure to finish in style come the deadlifts. And Elisa Tesler, 207.5. We were wondering, will she load that personal best? Well, here we are.
Yeah, as expected, finished the day strong. Currently 7 for 8, looking to go 8 for 9. Already, this would PR her total and her deadlift. Be a strong end to the day for her. And a great competitor at that, smiled her way through the entire competition.
Oh, fast off the ground. It's slowed in a lockout, but she sticks with it.
Wow.
And there it is.
Phenomenal final effort from Elisa, and a good lift, 3 white lights, and a new personal record.
Yeah, personal record deadlift, personal record on total as well. And a reminder, hovering just above the 76 kilo class.
Phenomenal effort there.
Leila Soto, 212.5.
And this won't change her place. So not pushing for that podium anymore, it seems. I think finding her limit. So we'll keep her in 4th.
But it'll give her a 572.5.
Yeah, coming in today with a 556 total.
Well, currently, Tiffany is at 570.
She had to work, but the
3 white lights.
Yeah, it does look like that would have pulled her into 3rd, just as issues with the board there. But incredible effort, pulls herself onto the podium.
To Shell Kerr with 215. This will move to Shell into 3rd place.
Ahead of the lifters that competed earlier today. $525 total. This will give her, coming in with a 500 kilo total today, 25 kilo PR.
Yeah, so if we get back up there, Layla actually is currently in third place, I believe.
Yeah, it was remaining in fourth based off if everybody made their final attempt. Of course, that hasn't happened yet, so does move herself into bronze.
Staying corrected, but keep a pin in that as these other ladies look to push themselves into her position onto the podium. Stephanie Feathers, 220 kilos.
Strong end to the day for Stephanie and a PR total. Not sure if it'll be enough for the podium today, but huge improvements.
Bonica Brown, 232.5. 10 more kilos, moving her total from 632.5 to 642.5.
Yeah, a number she's more than capable of ending on 642.5, as you said, with a very, very relaxed day, saving it all for Germany.
Smooth final pull for Bonica.
Yeah, we didn't expect much else. Very easy 9-for-9 day for Bonica Brown.
Now, a little bit of background. In this battle of the 84s, Layla Soto currently in third. Michelle Robbins tying 572.5 on total, but Michelle, the lighter lifter, currently in second. Should she hit this 235, it'll give her 580, forcing Tiffany Savage's hand, who's currently at 570, if she wants to pull ahead and nudge these ladies. It's a battle for the podium. Who will get what medal? These are pivotal final pulls in the 84-kilo class. Second place looking to keep her position, but Tiffany's coming fast. Oh, and she does. She locks it out, and it forces Tiffany Savage's hand. 3 white lights, the judges agree. Now Tiffany Savage, 237.5. And if you remember, Tiffany Savage's previous personal best is 232. Tiffany needs to hit this if she wants to reclaim that second spot and the silver medal.
And right, I've got to say that total Michelle just put up was a 45-kilo PR.
Massive performance by Michelle Robbins.
And she's done everything she can to put herself in that silver position, and Tiffany will now answer. As you said, looking to put herself into silver. She'll either end up on the podium in silver or off of it, depending on how this goes.
All or nothing. Big Body giving Tiffany Savage last-second instructions. Tiffany saying, I either am number 2 behind Amanda Lawrence or let me go home with nothing. Pushing all of her chips in the middle. Far more hyped up for this pull. It's all come down to this. Tiffany Savage scrapping it out. Can she get that final inch? Can she find it? No, not on the day, and she put it all on the line. That's how a champion is supposed to go out, on her shield.
And that leaves Layla Soto in that bronze position.
Yeah, Layla quietly said, let these ladies fight for silver. I'll take the bronze.
Yeah, and straight out of the juniors as well. Definitely someone to keep your eye on.
Nicolette, 252 and a half. She is in silver medal position behind Bonica.
Yeah, this matches her deadlift PR of 252.5. So just 10 kilos behind her total PR. Would give her a perfect 9 for 9 day.
Moving her total from 567.5 to 580. Silver medal already firmly in her hand, but this is for pride. The nation is watching. Can she add 12 and a half kilos towards her total? Oh, and she's a fighter too, isn't she, Amelia? But just stuck over the knees, refusing to give, almost awe-inspiring, but gravity wins on this day. Still, 567 and a half. And important to note, she did weigh just 0.01 over the 84 kilo limit. Be interesting to see the weight class she chooses moving forward. As 267.5 loaded for Amanda Lawrence, massive deadlift, and believe it or not sure how we got here based off the discussion I had with Amanda earlier, but an unofficial world record total and an official American record total of 647 and a half.
Yeah, this is half a kilo above her world record total and not too far off her world record deadlift of 269. You know, we said that she was going to have a relatively easy day, and like you said, she said that to us before
This is what she said. Yeah, this is what she said to me. But
I don't think that she was joking. I think she was serious at the time, and as the day's gone on, she realized how close she could be to it. And with no one tailing her.
Well, whether or not she hits this, she's already walking away with a bench press PR.
Yeah, and with 10 weeks to go until Germany, 267.5, 1.5 kilos off of her deadlift world record, half a kilo over her total world record. Already your national champion, going to Germany in 10 weeks' time.
The crowd is chanting her name and on their feet. Can the young lion roar one more time for us before we close the show on the women's?
She gets it going.
Just at the knees, but you know what? Hats off to Amanda Lawrence. I mean, as soon as she's eligible for the Hall of Fame, believe she's going in it. Came to Powerlifting America, wanted to have a little bit of fun, and you know what's fun? Unofficial world records. She loaded up, put on a hell of a show, and we appreciate her participation. Don't want to belabor the point. She did not have to come here to secure her spot on Team USA. That was already firm.
Yeah, and still ending with a 567.5. Sorry, 642.5. 635. There are a lot of names that was 635 total. Got there in the end, which is absolutely incredible. Still just 12 kilos off of that world record.
And of course, Bonica Brown, firmly the national champion in the 84 plus, and going to Germany as Matthew Cronin kicks off the men's side, 275. And we'll shuffle between the 120s and 120 pluses as Robert pulls 280.
Robert having a phenomenal day so far. 280, a comfortable opener for him. Fairway below his best. Actually 25 kilos, so, you know, reachable within a jump for these larger lifters. See how this 280 moves. Yeah, very comfortable opener for Robert. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Take it up to 650 for Timothy Wayne.
Timothy Wang, 295. We're in the 120 class. Makes easy work of that.
Tyler Wallace is next at 661.
$300 kilos even being loaded for Tyler Wallace.
A lot of weight already on the bar, only going to go up a dramatic amount from here. Plenty of openers left to go, not including second and third attempts, of course.
And that was smooth and easy for Tyler.
3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, plenty left in the tank there.
Regan Henderson, 320.
Regan with a PR deadlift of 377.5 kilos. Only matched there by Mike Tashura. And of course, the largest deadlift in the flight belonging to Rondell Hunt.
And that's a fact. Now, I don't know where we're going to end up with Rondell. We've seen him pull in the gym, 425, expecting well below that today. But I think he's going to take some big jumps. Opening with 330 is rather light for him.
Regan looking to push Devin as much as he can.
Nice pull by Regan. Yeah, Devin at this point has a pretty good lead.
Yeah.
And while Regan's got a big deadlift and bigger than Devin's, historically speaking, we're only talking 7.5 kilos apart. However, Devin's squat took a big hit. I'm wondering if his deadlift took a big hit, and we're going to end up closer than previous numbers would indicate. Only time will tell, of course. Yovanko, 320 in the 120 class.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how it pans out. You know, the gap is large if you consider that his deadlift might be the same or that he gets all his deadlifts, but it's a long day ahead of us.
Yovanko.
Very easy.
And among the gentlemen not far off, Mike T, Jaden Edwards, all real close, and a lot of shakeup can happen in this deadlift event. There's a look at the forecast with who might end up on the podium.
Yeah, and the fact that Jaden Edwards can still stay so close, 3 for 6 currently, goes to show how strong he is.
3 for 6. Yeah, that's... You're right, though. That's to only be 3 for 6 and be that close with a bit of a different attempt selection. How many more kilos he might have had on there? 330 for Devin Williams. Now, having said that, if you're pacing 3 for 6, you are not going to get on the podium if you can't correct that pathway. and improve your percentages. You have to start hitting with consistency.
No, of course. To answer your question, though, he would have been just half a kilo behind Devon should he have got those lifts.
There you go. Rondell Hunt, 330.
And I can't imagine a world where this is going to be slow or difficult in any way.
We're in big trouble if it is.
He's deadlifted near 100 kilos more than this before.
Yeah. That's what you'd expect, like he's sitting up out of a chair. As the strongest 120 that ever existed exits the platform left.
Robert Laszlo is the lifter.
Robert, 330 kilos, stays on the bar, and we move into the 120 pluses.
This is still a fair way off his personal best, 15 kilos, but already a total PR. And every lift we've seen him complete has been pretty fast, pretty easy.
That is a good lift for Robert.
And it's a good lift, 3 white lights.
Expecting him to unload in a deadlift event. And here's Jaden Juice Edwards, 335.
Jaden with a 365 PR.
Now, despite the misses earlier, all is well that ends well. If he could hit all 3 deadlifts, he might find himself on a podium.
Yeah, and as we said before, has weight advantage by quite some way.
And that is an advantage. He only has to tie. Tie goes to the lighter man, and he's a lighter man by a long shot, 335. Smooth, snappy, almost dismisses it as he walks away.
Yeah, but he couldn't hide that cheeky smile as he locked it out. He was happy with that, how that moved.
Mike Desher, 337.5. Look at these 3 legends in one shot. What year is it?
Yeah, Mike also pushing for that podium position, just narrowly missing out on those 7.5 kilos on bench for downwards movement.
Yeah, and that 212.5 was on that final bench ever so close. I've seen Mike's preparations for this national championship, expecting this to be pretty quick. Seen him pull 365 in training.
That's a classic Mike
Yeah.
T setup there. And a good lift, 3 white lights. I would say the first time I saw him set up like that, I thought he just couldn't pick it up.
Oh my God, what happened?
And then up it flew.
340 kilos for Ray Williams.
Ray, of course, with a huge PR deadlift of 398.5. Held that record for a minute there.
This will give him a total of 1025. Playing with the crowd as the crowd plays with him. Not overly concerned with 340.
Should be fairly comfortable for Ray.
And it is.
And
Sets it down like he's setting a baby to sleep.
yeah, I was going to say putting it down like he owns the place.
Yeah,
Don't
like there's
upset the dad.
neighbors
Yeah.
upstairs and he's
Don't upset
ever
the
so
dad.
concerned.
Yeah. Don't want any more noise complaints from the downstairs neighbors.
Matthew Cronin, 290.
And that means everybody has secured their total and into pushing it now.
Bar is loaded.
Easy work. 15 kilos barely slows him down, Annie.
Three white lights, good left. Next weight, 655. Robert Parisi.
Robert Parisi, 297.5, and Robert right back to getting revved up here.
And I can only imagine the intensity will increase for that third attempt. Though you can't imagine how much more you can get intense than that. 17.5 kilo jump here. Landing not so far below his personal best of 305.
Pretty smooth pull for a second.
That's good left. With that good left.
Robert's PR pull 305. I'm expecting he's going to go over that today.
Take it up to 688.
As 313.5 gets loaded for Tyler Wallace. Tyler had a shaky squat event, hasn't missed a lift since. Looking to carry that momentum here in the deadlifts.
Bar is loaded.
Nice looking second attempt there for Tyler. And a good lift, 3 white lights. And yeah, after a bit of a shaky squat session, I'm sure just hoping to make every single lift and as strong as possible.
Look like he's indicating to his handler, load it up. We're feeling good. 317.5 for Timothy Wang.
Bar is loaded.
22.5 kilo jump here for Timothy.
Pardon me, 22.5 kilo jump, and he handles it well.
Our next weight is 755. Vinny Yovinko.
342.5 for Jovanko.
Another 22.5 kilo jump here. Has a personal best of 350 on the deadlift.
Bar is loaded.
Precious 22.5 kilos available for Jovanko. Move his total to 842.5. And he collects them.
Picture perfect, Billy.
Yeah, 3 white lights, a good lift. Paces himself well for a big final attempt.
Regan Henderson, as we take a look at the forecast, 30 kilo jump Should he hit this real close to Jaden Edwards, who's pacing for third. Very close battle, because right behind him, of course, Mike T not far off the mark, as Devin Williams really asserts himself.
And 350 on the bar, and we're not even halfway through second attempts. To have some context of how many huge pools are in this flight.
Regan Henderson with 350, and it's smooth and easy. And of course, so if Devin Williams is positioning himself for that U.S. National Championship and spot on the team, and you see Rondell Hunt with his next pull looking to go 10-10. Absolutely staggering strength by that young man. But first, Robert Lazarin, 350 in the 120 plus.
Looking for 5 kilo PR on deadlift here already. And a 30 kilo PR on total.
Ooh. I think he's okay, but I think you saw what I saw.
Yeah.
Perhaps foreshadowing if it is to come out of his hands.
Yeah, and I think just a little bit more trouble generally around that lockout area. It's usually, other than strength, what we see most in the 120 plus class is that issue at lockout.
Devin Williams, 352 and a half. And Devin, while his squat came down, bench press was there, deadlift looks to be on point, and he's really starting to convince the other American 120s, battle amongst yourselves for silver and bronze. Gold is mine. I'm going to Germany.
Yeah, and should he get this, he secures it. If not, obviously leaves the door open for Regan if he wants to push that final deadlift up. So he needs this to secure that ticket, really.
Oh, and there's more.
There we go. That's all he needed, though.
Yeah, there's more. If he needs to discourage these young men, he could do it.
Looking at the forecasted totals, I can't see a world where anybody could reach him now. So,
especially with how that looked.
yeah, exactly. If it was limit lift, but even with that, you know, he's so far ahead. The fight is now very much for silver and for bronze, and Jaden very much in the mix of that still. Missing 1 squat and 2 benches. Incredible the fact that he can still fight for those positions.
20 kilos he could add on to his total and end up at 900 kilos even after the second round of pulls with 1 more round to go.
This would give him a 900 kilo total. Wow, and plenty left in the tank.
And Juice is making a threat for that podium.
Yeah.
Pan to Mike T.
And could you imagine what Jaden Edwards would look like on a 9-for-9 day?
Mike trying to close in on these young men. 355.
He is currently in 5th place.
Mike trying to put the pressure on Regan. We've seen Mike pull 377.5 kilos before. Let's see what he needs today and what he has today.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is he'll be around what we've seen in training where he's about 365. 377 was from yesteryear. And 360 for Ray Williams.
Yeah, who seems to be a lot more relaxed here on deadlift than he had been on squat and on bench.
He takes squats ever so seriously.
Well, you can see why. You can certainly see why. Having a little bit more fun here with a 360 kilo second attempt.
This will put his total to 1,045 kilos. Again, looks like it's with ease. As Rondell Hunt, 375. This is a 120 kilo lifter and will already push his total to 1010.
Wow, that is just absolutely insane.
The world has never produced a 120 as strong as Rondell Hunt.
No, he really is a generational talent. 45 kilo jump from his opener to his second.
In the conversation of the world's best pound for pound lifters, if that conversation does not include Rondell Hunt, it loses all credibility.
And for a little context on deadlift, the world record has just been set by Nonso Chinye of Great Britain, a junior, at 400 kilos just weeks ago.
Whoa!
A 45 kilo jump did not slow him down.
It did not.
And as soon as he is on an international platform,
I tell you what, you give me $1 million and say bet it, I guarantee you Trinidad and Tobago will have a world champion very shortly. .302.5 as we begin the third and final round of pulls. And on that note, another thank you for Trinidad and Tobago Federation giving us Rondell Hunt for the day. It's putting on quite the show for everyone in attendance as well as online.
and I just want to say as well, seeing the final deadlifts go in, Rondell putting in 412.5 for the largest ever deadlift in IPF history. And the biggest total.
Oh yeah, and 1047.5. That'll be the biggest total we've ever seen by a 120. Oh my goodness, Rondell is going all out. What a way to end the day, but we'll put a pin in that one for now. Nice final pull by Matthew Cronin.
And it is a good lift, a PR there on his final attempt.
All right. Rondell Hunt is going to attempt the biggest deadlift ever seen in the IPF umbrella and the biggest total we've ever seen by a 120.
And not just that, but if he gets that pull, he will actually get close to what Ray will be totaling today. It's absolutely insane.
Well, if Ray misses his last pull, he'll actually out-total Ray.
Yeah.
We have a battle between Ray Williams and Rondell Hunt. This is crazy. Robert Parisi, 307.5.
Looking for a 2.5 kilo PB on a deadlift here. And on total.
Nice final pull for Robert.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Rondell Hunt and Ray Williams going toe-to-toe.
If Ray 70 kilos of body weight between them as well.
Yeah, it's greatness. on display here. I'm on my feet. Tyler Wallace, 327.5. I guarantee you everyone else will be on their feet when Rondell comes out for that last pull. Tyler, it looked like he motioned his handler, please load it up, and from 312.5 to 327.5, he did.
Yeah, a bigger jump here from his second to third. This is 15 kilos versus the 12.5 kilos we saw from first to second.
He's getting what he wanted. Oh, nice, and what an excellent way to rebound from squats, showing some perseverance. Hasn't missed a lift since. And that's how you do it. Timothy Wang, 330.
For a 2.5 kilo PR on total, on deadlift, and a 5 kilo on total. Ending the day strong. As before, taking the time to thank the spotters and loaders. Phenomenal final pull there from Timothy. 3 white lights, a good lift, and ends 9 for 9.
Yavanko up next with 360 kilos.
Yeah, 10 kilos more than he's ever pulled on the platform before. Big final pull for Yavanko. And the bar will be brushed down between each final attempt, as states in the rulebook, giving the lifters a great opportunity, the best opportunity to get their final pull.
Looking to finish his day with 860.
Patience there.
Yeah. Talk about time under tension. 2-1, it's good. And here comes Devin Williams, 365 kilos. This will up his total to 495.5. Devin is your American national champion, unless someone else pulls off a miracle, and punching his ticket to represent USA and Germany at IPF Worlds. Look for him to potentially break world records on the bench press, medals. Who knows how far he could take it. Tons of potential in Big Dev.
Yeah, and did a great job of securing that title in his second deadlift, really making the rest of the competitors chase for that silver, for that bronze, a new national champion. Great day.
Yeah, he had more on that deadlift as well, and I tell you what, couldn't happen to a nicer guy as Devin. Thanks the refs. And again, unless a miracle happens, Devin, we will see you in Germany.
And with a lead like that, knowing you've taken the title, there's no need to push that final deadlift as far. So close that you may fail it. He's in a great position now.
Mike T, if he hits 365, and I think this is a good call. Like I said, I've seen him hit this in training. Matt Gary handling him, doing an excellent job with Mike T. All of these lifts should be in reason, but right on the max.
Yeah, I believe pulls him into silver for the time being.
With a 902, that's right. Forcing the hand of the younger men to try to push him from silver to bronze and possibly off the podium. Let's see. He needs these 10 kilos.
Puts the pressure on Reagan and Jaden. And he's still moving in.
Wow. He's fighting through, and look at that. Mike T says, it's up to you to take it from me, young men. It's up to you to take it from me.
And it takes years of experience to pull through a lift like that.
Joey Flex giving Mike T, Matt Gary the nod. You gotta respect it. 365 for Robert Lazarin. Mike T looks all types of happy in the background there.
This would be a 20-kilo deadlift PR for Robert, landing him on a 967.5 total. The total he came in with today was 922.5. Huge improvement on that total should he make this.
This is your 120 plus silver medalist. Looking to add another 15 kilos towards his total. Not on the day.
The first time we've seen him really struggle with a lift. His first miss of the day, still 8 for 9, still with a total PR.
And Reagan Henderson with 372.5 will end off with 920 should he hit this. Obviously, a lot more than he needs to bypass Mike T at 902.5.
Yeah, but I think the coach, having seen Jaden Edwards' second attempt, knows that he has that jump in him, so needs to make it difficult for Jaden Edwards, making sure Jaden cannot drop. Has to pull that final pull.
Yeah, because Jaden also loading up for a 920 total with his final pull, and Jaden, obviously, Juice, has a lighter body weight. I think you're right, Amelia. Oh, got a little wonky on him.
Just, yeah, shifted to the side, and when it starts moving like that, very, very few people, if anyone, can get that through.
Jaden up next. Drops the final deadlift to 372.5. This will give him a 917.5. He'll move from bronze medal to second place, nudging past, well, not nudging past, he'll
flying past.
Fly past, thank you, Mike T.
They don't need this much weight on the bar to get past Mike T.
But he can't drop below Reagan, so
no, exactly.
His hand is forced. It is what it is.
Yeah, they would have had to assume that Reagan was going to make that, and they had to pull afterwards. But the 355 was very comfortable. 372.5, his 7.5 kilo PR on his deadlift.
It looks like Mike T will finish on the podium. So will Juice, but what color will the medals be? We're about to find out. Whoa! And that was fast and snappy as Juice, Jaden Edwards, takes the silver medal and poses the question, where would he have been if he tightens up those attempt selection?
Well, should he have got just the ones he missed, it would have been 30 kilos more than that. He had to retake the bench once, so you'd have to think more than 30 kilos on top of that 917.5, which is just mega.
Talking about mega, 375 for Ray Williams. This will put him at 1060.
Not that I expect him to, but should he miss and Rondell make his final pull, Rondell will out-total Ray Williams.
Yeah, listen, I'm running out of superlatives to talk about Rondell today. If Rondell takes that feather and puts it in his cap.
So 375 is well within the wheelhouse of superstar Ray Williams, a 15-kilo jump from that 360.
Ray, amongst some of the strongest men that ever lived, 360 was very smooth. I don't think 375 is outside of his reach. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't think so. And I tell you what, Matt Gary isn't going to let anybody out total Ray Williams.
Yeah, and not just Matt Gary, Ray Williams isn't going to let anybody out total Ray Williams.
Well, that's true, too.
And
They are the dream team for so long. They've been in so many battles together. All right, well, you know what this is. As Ray walks off the platform, Amelia, the biggest deadlift we've ever seen in the IPF or under any IPF umbrella, and the biggest total we've ever seen for any man that's 120. History in the making by this young man, Rondell Hunt.
as you said, we've seen that 425 in training, 412.5, the largest competition deadlift, currently held by Timur Samkaradze from Georgia. Absolutely huge Timur in the 120 plus category, looking to out deadlift somebody a whole weight class ahead.
He's going to out deadlift everybody in every weight class in history. That's how special Rondell Hunt is, and here he comes, the crowd on their feet.
And comes out smiling, 412.5, and a historic, absolutely historic deadlift.
If he can pull this off, the conversation about Rondell Hunt being one of or the most gifted lifter of our generation's got to start happening so strong.
The final deadlift of the entire competition, more than anybody has ever pulled.
Up to the knees, can he lock that out? Just at the knees, no. I tell you what, you give Rondell Hunt 2 months of preparations and that will fall. I can't wait to see what platform Rondell Hunt ends up on again.
Absolutely incredible. Like you said, a quick turnaround for him, finding out about competing today. If he has the proper prep, wow, we know that he can pull that and beyond it. But for now, that number remains untouched. We'll see if anyone else can get near that in 10 weeks' time.
They better take a swing at it because I know that young man's going to. What a show these lads and these ladies put on for us today. And it's almost, I'm almost sad to say, let's take a look at the standings here. That is coming to a closure, but the standings for 120, Devin Williams from going all the way to 945.5 from a shaky squat event to a very solid deadlift and grabbing an unofficial world record in between. Juice Edwards really showing up and showing out with 917.5, and Mike T, 902.5, finishing on the podium. In the 120 pluses, we got to see the legendary Ray Williams collect himself yet another national title, finishing with a respectable 1,060 kilos. Robert Lazarin in silver and Robert Parisi in bronze. And Amelia,
Quite the week it's been.
quite the week it's been. I haven't slept a lot. I got way too excited, way too many nights. This day was no exception.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little glimpse into the excitement we're going to see from the US team in a few weeks' time in Germany as they come across the best lifters in the world. It's going to be a good time, Ryan.
Yeah, if this is, I mean, obviously, U.S. very strong when they put together the national team. But the strength we saw on display, I can't wait to see the likes of Amanda Lawrence, Joe Borenstein, heading to IPF Worlds. What battles might occur? Jonathan Keiko returns.
Yeah.
Whew.
We're in for a treat.
We are in for a treat. Well, thank you for tuning in, everybody. Much appreciated. And from Atlanta, Georgia, and all of us here, signing off,